I'm just stalling. All right, here we go. You know, chat, when I started streaming, until I started streaming, I don't know if it's just because I've streamed for so long, but like, when I used to stream, back when I started, I would just start my stream, like, with the game, basically. I would start my stream and I'd fucking already be playing, basically. Why so early? Because I woke up early. Which one of these is... It's okay. I wasn't even paying attention to what the boss is. It's fine. Alright. What happened to the Bloodborne rando? It's flushed for now. When Ari marathon? I don't know.
This toilet, bitch.
Oh, that's good. Very well.
I mean, I don't know if I'm necessarily gonna burn out on RE games. Honestly, chat, the main thing is like, when I did my New Year's marathon just a month ago, I did a lot of the Resident Evil games, so it's like, I guess I haven't been as inclined to do it. Since we did a bunch of them in that marathon. But I mean, I'm definitely still gonna play some RE games. I don't know if I'm gonna do like all of them necessarily. Before RE9 though. We'll see.
Come again.
I'm having fun with this challenge. I don't really expect, I mean, I don't necessarily expect to finish this challenge before RE9. I mean, if we do, that would be great, but... I definitely want to play... I want to play a few different Resident Evil games before RE9 though, for sure. Can he hit me here? Do the RE 100%? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that looked kind of ass. It's a fun stream game. It is. Oh, you're talking about RE6? Oh. Okay, maybe not. What's up, Galactic Fates? I just woke up early today. Ooh. Hello. Hello, Lord Soul. That's good.
Come back soon.
I've got Lord Vessel, then instantly died. Yeah. Whenever you get Lord Vessel, it's... The stress levels get pretty high. Because it's like, oh man, you getting the Lord Vessel early is so lucky because there's just so many items total. At the very least, though, the Lord Vessel is guaranteed to be before the Golden Fog Gates. Well, obviously. That's good. Wow. Fucking wrecked. I kind of wish I cut his tail, but that's okay. Oh, God. I'm fucking Giga. Key to the depths. Okay. And that's good. That is not good. That guy almost rolled down. Those enemies actually have fall protection. The enemy that's next to that item in the cave you can't actually knock him off the ledge for some reason. Thank you for the prime sub, Drem. Oh, best west shield. Time to go down the cliff. Have I seen his Lord Vessel death? No. Do you have a clip? God, I'm so fat, man. All right. 48 deaths, you suck. All right. I'd like to see you do better, buddy. This rando is honestly a test of patience and also RNG. There's some situations in this rando that are actually so fucking bullshit. Like, you can get some bosses in some arenas that are just so fucked. Hold on, let's see Hob die. Oh god, the channeler's buffing. Please tell me he's not gonna fall in the water, right? Oh shit.
Please don't die. Please don't die. Fucking die. What are you doing? Don't die! Oh my god, please! Oh, I'm dead. I'm fucking dead! How? Yo, this is evil! This is fucking evil!
Poor Hob. I mean, Hob has to... I don't think Hob's gonna stick to this challenge. I mean, once RE9 comes out, I'm done with this as well for the time being. Can always come back to it later. I think it'll take more than 9 days. I mean, probably. Like, the thing is, dude, it took Ella... How long did it take Ella to do this? And he was playing on, like, a fucking broken-ass rando. That was, like... Probably... I feel like the rando... I mean, I'm not... It's not a competition or anything. It's just... I think this rando is a lot harder because all the AI is actually, like, functioning. I mean, we need to find... I'm like... I really don't know what the best thing... I think that rushing merchants is like the best strat in this rando. Like, it might not actually be a bad idea to go straight to the undead merchant right at the beginning of the run and just YOLO it when you're like 2 or 3 minutes in. Because if you go fast, I feel like you can make it past most of the enemies there. I should have picked up that item. Hold on, I want to go pick up that item. I didn't really want to ride the elevator twice, but... Hello, Lord Jim. One homeward bone. All right. Is there a way so every weapon is +5 or +10? Not really, no. Honestly, I think if you upgraded a weapon and it kept the weapon level, like in the Elden Ring rando, I feel like that would be kind of nice. I mean, it would definitely... It would make things a lot easier, but... This run is fun, but it's also a little tedious in some regards, but... You know... I think that's just like the speedrunner in me that just has a hard time, except like when some of these sections just take so long to get through. That wasn't close at all. on down, everybody. Join the club. Crest of Artorias. Well, that's a good weapon. It's just, I weigh 1,000 pounds. I guess we can just kill our way to the Undead Merchant. See what he has. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that was sketchy. Go, 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 go.
Well now,
Wait a
you
sec.
seem to have your wits about
All right.
you.
No boulders.
You are welcome. I trade for souls. Everything's for sale.
Let's see, a gargoyle shield. Does he have any light armor? Some light gloves. I might buy that. Orange charred ring.
Thank you, Kai.
Hmm.
Go.
Don't really want to run back. I wonder if the orange charred ring is on a merchant, does that mean that's the only place in the game to get it? Because if that merchant died, you would just be like, fucked. Oh man, I'm so fat though. Did Andre have any good clothes? I wasn't paying attention. Gloves, dude. Why is everybody selling gloves? Is there any other merchant I could check? Yeah, we talked to the guy in New Londo. think I'm gonna do the jump here. I really don't like this Titanite demon though. He's gonna Oh, that was convenient. Wait, is he down there now? Oh, fucks. Can you even get out of there? Wait, don't we have the key to the depths on this run? Do. I don't know. I feel like that area is... Oh, what? Where are you? Oh, God. The fuck? Oh, Titanite shards. There they are.
Very good. Very good indeed.
Keep fire bombs as well.
Come again, Vicky.
I'm not sure why I'm even calling this guy. My soul duping? No, I mean that would kind of defeat the challenge. Well, I mean it's not bad. Still really heavy though. Still bad as shit. Maybe we should go try to kill gargoyles. 30 minutes in and I haven't fought fucking any bosses.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
Hey Valnor, thank you for the 39 months. Livingston, thank you for the 30 months. Hello, Mr. Khalid. And this guy does too much. Oh my god, a fucking dragon butt up there? You gotta be kidding me. was kind of scary. Slow and steady. You just can't, dude, I'm fucking perma-stunned. I literally can't fucking move. Why does that guy jumping, you've, like, you've got to be kidding me. You can't fucking make this shit up. Ah, dude, that's fucking absurd. I wonder if maybe if I toggled, I could have gotten out of that. I don't know, man. I disrespected the vagrant. I mean, yeah, kind of. That's true. I mean, I just, like, I know the vagrant's dangerous. I just didn't think that combination of enemies would have any chance to fucking kill me. But then the weird fucking red enemy jumps up in the air, hits me, which for some reason, if an enemy falls on you in this game, it staggers you for like 3 fucking seconds straight. Whatever, man.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Fucking ass, dude. God damn it. I mean, I knew that the red frog could jump, but what I did not know is that he could fucking dagger you with it. I do think though I need to use toggles more. Like in that situation, maybe if I had toggled, I could have gotten out of it. It's always worth trying. The rat staggered, yeah. Well, what's crazy is that you could have the most poise in the fucking world, but if an enemy falls on you, it's gonna stagger you for 3 seconds, no matter what. That's actually how I've died multiple times in this rando. Is the fucking enemy just falling on me. And then I get stun locked for fucking ages. I do think sometimes I don't play cautious enough though. It's just, I just get impatient, man. It's like the speedrunner in me, I guess. Great. Hey, we can bleed him at least. The toxic toned down a bit. There's multiple different types of toxic in this game. I mean, the barbed straight sword. What the fuck? Hey, Kami, thank you for the 90 months.
But you... Oh, I would. Very well.
You, Lindman. I like it.
Now...
Oh my god. That's insanely good.
Come again.
Yeah, getting the weaponsmith box is really good. Ooh, divine blessings. Not looting the graveyard. I don't know, man. I mean, the thing is, No, I don't think I'm gonna loot the graveyard. Honestly, there is like 1 or 2 items that you could pick up in the graveyard, though, like, fairly easily. Hey, Seedle, thank you for the prime sub. Tiny soul. Oh god. Well, we got a demon spear. That's actually good. Weapon is returning. Unless a frog lands on you, yeah. Could be a problem. No, I haven't seen Four Kings yet. I mean, I assume it works in the rando, but I don't know. Four Kings weird in the rando? I don't know. I haven't made it there. Well, we have a good weapon now. It would be kind of stupid to throw it away. Do I have any hobbies? Not really. I watched The Bone Temple last night. It's a good movie. Oh, 2 Firekeeper souls? Infinite Homered Bones.
Don't get yourself.
Does he have any armor? Power within. Oh my god. The FAP ring? I'm just gonna buy it.
Don't get yourself.
We have been blessed. I'm just kidding, dude. I'm going full peach. I just want to survive. We have mid-roll at least. That's decent. I think we just go try to clear the gargoyle area now. Get talisman to replace shield. That's actually a good idea. How much does this thing weigh? Oh my god, 13. That's actually a good idea. Now we can light roll. All right. This is pretty nice. We got FAP ring, 26 HP, a good weapon. I will say though, the crystal halberd's still the best. That crystal halberd was so good. Oh god, not a fucking bone wheel, dude. Not like this. I'm just gonna de-aggro these guys. Whatever. It's slow, but I don't want to deal with them. The FAP ring will get switched off, but the early game is the hardest part about the run. So, like, if you get the FAP ring early, in my opinion, it's just best to buy it so you won't die. Getting Havel's ring or FAP ring is probably, I think, is better than Havel's, but they're both so good. There's another Firekeeper soul, but it costs like 10,000 souls. I wonder if you can parry this guy. I thought that skeleton was gonna parry me, actually. Thought I heard a vagrant. That dragon butt is below. God damn it. I don't want this humanity anywhere near me. This thing does so much damage. What is that? Oh. fucking crow ladies are so tanky. We're doing it. This is good. Slow and steady. Now, please just don't be a terrible boss. Oh, God. Let's see what the damage is like. Not great. I don't really want to fight this guy for like 20 minutes straight. And when he gets buffed up, he's gonna do so much damage. But I need to kill gargoyles at some point. Like, maybe we just try to get a bit more, maybe we... Maybe we go to the Undead Merchant. Oh. Oh, what the fuck? What is that? Oh, God. Okay, this is... This seems good. I could kill him, it's just... Bro, come on. Can he... This is not where I wanted to go. Surely I can... Bro, is he down here? What the... Oh! Okay. Is he falling now? I think he's falling, but whatever, we'll just kill him. I feel like I could just run through here, but I don't want to risk it. We're getting a lot of souls. This fucking enemy is a pain in the ass. I can like max range him though. Wow. Guess I don't need to kill this guy. Alright, come on, Demon Titanite.
Well, you...
And a bunch of souls. Sells unlimited large shards. It's not bad.
Thank you, kind.
I don't really know if luring skulls are very useful or not. We could buy a few. Buy the mushrooms as well.
Thank you, kind.
Black fire bombs are good. They're just really expensive. I don't know. I mean, we could try since we already killed a good amount of stuff in this area. Maybe we should try to go to where'd Snip go? Why'd he just where'd he go, dude? Bro, the fucking dragon butt there gives... Honestly, I don't know. Oh, fuck. I forgot that. Oh, that could have been really bad. Like, I should just go through the tower if I want to do Taurus. I really shouldn't go this way. There's, like, no reason to. Just unnecessarily risky. Does damage over time. And it reduces your healing. How long does this shit last? Not that long. Oh wow, they give 5,000 though. That's nice. Bro, what is that? I think this run's fucked. Is that fucking ceaseless? Dude. What? I think we need to come back to this later. I think... Won't he fall? No. I don't think he will. I don't think it's worth the risk. He does so much damage, Chad. I don't think you realize. He's not gonna fall. $30 in? Yeah, but I have a really good weapon. I have the Fap Ring and I have the Weaponsmith box. And this boss only gives 3,000 souls, so who gives a fuck? I think maybe we go try to kill Seath. Oh, I'm fat now. Oh, barely though. I think if I get... Yeah, if I get one more endurance level, I'll be okay. Because I need more damage on this weapon. I don't want to level up my health too much because, like, for Artorias we need more damage. Or I mean, we don't need more damage, but I would prefer to get a bit stronger before we do Artorias. Can I kill this guy? I mean, I guess it's gonna fucking take a while. I mean, I don't want to deal with this guy every time I go through this area. And we got such good RNG on this run, but the boss, like, we got good item RNG, but the boss RNG is terrible. 3,000 souls, yay. Wait, is this the run where we have the crest to Artorias? Oh no, that was the last run. Yeah, we have no choice but to go this way to get to Seath. Yeah, I started my stream kind of early today. Hello, Moroku. Yeah, I woke up kind of early today, so I figured I would stream. Alright. No red phantom. Dude, I can't believe I had a good run going and there was just 3 red phantom enemies here and they instantly killed me when I dropped down. That was so bullshit. Alright, please don't be another DLC boss. Okay. Is that Asylum? I don't know. Stray, maybe? That's easy. The Great Gray Asylum Demon. Oh, right, he drops an item. Oh, good thing that wasn't, I'm fucking heavier again now, though. I need new pants. I think we should buy the Firekeeper Soul. Missed an item, I didn't miss anything. Dude, these fucking pants, the pants fucked me. God damn it, dude. Dude, I mean, I need 70 equip load now to light roll. I need like, I would be down to go try to fight Artorias now that we have, like, 40 more damage, but honestly, it's probably not going to make that big of a difference anyways. Did a guy sell sorcerer pants? I don't know, maybe. Finding a demon titanite would be really nice as well, but I really don't want to fight Artorias with mid-roll. Oh my god, I forgot about this guy. Jeez. Thank you for the $10, Hunter. Been loving the streams lately. The channel is fun to watch. Thanks, man. And I don't know. We didn't... Maybe we should go... You know, I should have went after I cleared the Undead Burg. I should have jumped down. Oh yeah, let me. I need to go to the female undead merchant. Dude, I need a... I wish I had a demon titanite so badly. If I could just upgrade this weapon a little bit. No, I don't have the depth key in this run. Who had pants? The undead merchant? Was it?
Come again.
Buy a talisman? From who?
Come again.
I mean, Andre had a catalyst, but it weighs 2. It weighs 2, which means, like, it's still gonna be too much. Still gonna need 7 endurance levels. You can kill the dragon butts pretty fast. Bro. Come the fuck on, dude. Our damage is much better now, at least. Torture boots are at the Undead Merchant. Okay. And getting DLC bosses at the start of the run is just so brutal in this rando. Fire bombs, you can kill Ceaseless. Isn't Ceaseless fire immune, bro? Probably want to use like a bow on him or something. Or honestly, I mean, we can melee him. It's just we need more stats. Oh, okay. Guess I'm fucking dead. Bro. What the fuck? Oh my god. These scissor guys, dude, 200 souls for that guy? Why do they give so little souls as well? Dude, that scissor attack does so much damage. What the fuck? Parrying not allowed. I could parry the snake guys, but it's just kind of risky though.
Never had.
Well, riskier, I guess.
Very good. Very good indeed.
He does have the sorcerer boots. All right, let's buy it. Oh, I want to have some black fire bombs because they really can come in handy. I'm like almost tempted just to buy all of them, but I do also kind of want to get levels.
Oh.
Yeah, skulls kind of suck. Alright. Wait, there's a fucking bone wheel here. I want to kill this guy again, but I have to. At least our damage is slightly better. And we killed the enemies down below, so that's good. Well, that's okay. I don't have the depths key. Why do you never join the Forest Covenant? I don't know. They give me fucking Manus here, dude. I swear to God. Easy. Oh wait, don't give me a weapon. Oh, thank God. Ah, God damn. Come on, Demon Titanite. Bro. Dude, no fucking shot, you just killed her. Fuck you, man. What the fuck? Dude, what the hell? I wasn't even fucking close, dude. What is he attacking? What does he have against my fucking NPC? Fuck. He literally came up just to kill her and then went back. Oh God, he's back. Oh, fuck off, dude. I mean, our damage is it's decent. I guess we'll go back to Artorias and try to fight him now. I mean, our levels are a bit better. I don't really know what else I can do. We could go down to Quelag, but like we need to kill Artorias at some point. Ah, man. I just wish I had one Demon Titanite. If I had +1, that would feel a bit better. Yeah, I guess we'll just try to fight Artorias like this. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna quit out here because I can go down the elevator and accomplish the exact same thing, but I don't want to fucking do that because it takes forever, so. I don't know, I'll quit out to save time if it's not like saving, like if it's not to prevent myself from dying. There's a bone wheel in the tunnel. Oh wait, no, it's a skeleton. Oh wait, God. Oh. I need Kindle. I mean, dude, if I'm gonna be fighting Artorias for so long, I do need to Kindle.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Slow and steady. How does that sound? Do we see what female merchant had? Not fully. Alright, well, we're definitely a bit stronger now. You know, I think our stats, they're not great to fight Artorias, but we have, what, 276 damage? Still gonna take fucking forever. To not be greedy. As I proceed to be greedy. Is that really only one more damage this time? Yeah, it's like I can only go for a heal. Okay, dude. That fucking... I hate how that attack, like, you can't actually iframe it. You have to, like, out-position it. At least we can interrupt his buffing. Such a fun attack. I really gotta stop getting hit so much here. Dude, I fucking hate this flip attack so much. It's so ass. Oh, bullshit. I got greedy, to be honest. I don't want him to buff, actually. I mean, we're halfway there. I do have humanities. I really need to stop. Need to stop getting hit by this fucking guy. Slow and steady. I should lock on. You can't fall off. Kind of risky going for 2 hits there. He really likes his flippy flips. That was kind of greedy. Ran myself out of stam. Oh, that was a bad roll. Come on, buddy. We're almost there. Alright. Well. That fucking... I wonder how long that fight took. Yo, thank you for the donation, Foxkiss.
Come.
Dunk. Oh, shit.
Thou art welcome.
I mean, honestly, I don't feel like the Blacksmith Giant Hammer is that much better than just the Demon Spear. It is better, but...
Thou art welcome.
We do have a Twinkly, though. Can loot now? I mean, we still need to go kill Quelag, though. Also, we have another Demon Spear. We have another Demon Spear back at the Asylum. Yo, Too Smooth, thank you for the 10 gifted.
My name is Toilet Bitch.
Hey, Orgaz, thank you for the 13 months.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
Yeah, we don't have that much endurance. I'm gonna start leveling it up soon, though. I mean, I could loot, I just don't know if I want to. ever a day where the channel, where the rewards actually worked? Talking about the VIPs and the free subs, yeah, I mean, I gifted a free sub every day for like, I don't know, 6 years straight or something. 7 years. I just got kind of behind on it.
Very good. Very good indeed.
Oh my gosh. That's scary. What are we gonna get? Bro. No fucking shot. What is this seed, dude? Alright guys, well come back in 15 minutes when the boss is dead. Didn't run myself. Oh, I should use Green Blossom actually. I think he can do a quadruple follow-up with that. These green blossoms are actually really nice for this fight, at least. I want to go for like a third hit, but it's, I don't know. I feel like it's a little too risky. That's the, yeah, that was the fast one. Yeah, this is a good arena for Manus, that's true. Come on. I think that's the one you can follow up. I might be mixing it up though. Come on, give me good RNG, dude. Yeah. That is so bullshit when he does that close range. Annoying you don't have enough time to... Or? Yo, Lance, thank you for the raid, man. You're slowly whittling Manus to death. I mean, this is an easy arena for the fight, at least. Can get 3 hits there. When he roars, at least. Come on, buddy. Got a counter hit from that. That's the follow-up. God damn it. What's up, Ann? I like how the 4-hit combo somehow has the least recovery out of everything. I guess if I delay my hit. He almost fucking baited me there. I thought I was far enough away for him to do the other one. Oh, come on, dude. Pretty sure he does the other magic, it's just a matter of distance. Hardest DS1 boss fight. I don't know. Come on, Manos. Years later. Oh my god. Well. I don't know though, chat. There's still some like horrible, like this run is great, but it is far from over. There's just so much bullshit. You can die so easily in this fucking rando. But this is good. It's good. There's still so much bullshit left. Ella died 80% of the time in the Catacombs. Yeah, the Catacombs seems very scary. Dude, getting the Lord Vessel is crazy, though. And we also have Manus and Artorias are not an option anymore, so that's good. Capra... I feel like the Capra arena is super cursed as well, because if you get... I don't know, dude. I feel like if you get Manus in there, you're actually just fucked. Calamity ring early. Dude, I forgot. Yeah. We have not found a merchant with any rings yet. Well, we could go to Sen's fortress. We could also loot some stuff. The thing is, well, we can, actually it's fine, because we can feed Frampt the large shards. So. I mean, we can teleport back down here anyways, so whatever. I have a hammer as a backup. I do, but you also have to take into consideration that that hammer is at the top of the Gargoyles arena, so if I don't have a weapon I can use, how the fuck do I get there? Oh man, I don't know. Dude, I don't know like what I should do right now. I kind of feel like I should loot stuff, but we already have the Lord Vessel. So, I mean, I guess it doesn't, maybe we should just try to go do some more bosses. I'm gonna go get some water though. Take a short break, I'll be right back. Alright. I'm back. And I can't wait to die to some random bullshit. Check merchants for Demon Tide Night. I don't know what merchants I can even check anymore. That's the thing. I do kind of want to...
Very good. Very good indeed.
I should have freed Griggs. All good. Alright. Man, this run is making me anxious, dude. This guy already fell. Like, we got so lucky with loot, like, we have the weaponsmith box and the lord vessel. We're only an hour and a half in. Oh, come on, dude. Fuck off with this. Ooh. Well, I want to pick up the items, but I need to kill the boss at the top of Sen's fortress. Ow. What's up, Regal? It doesn't really matter where I put the ball. As that enemy fell. Are there any Giga enemies that just kill runs? Yeah, bone wheels, I guess, can kill you really, really fast. Dude, where is the Demon Knight? The fuck? Oh, he has unlimited twinklies? I'm gonna buy 13 at least. Thank you.
Go along, try and make some.
Well, we could get the Blacksmith Giant Hammer to +5 now, which is super good, but again, it's like, I don't know, just the fact that you have to loot stuff just means you're never gonna be using one weapon for very long.
There you go, another brave has just hit the pew.
Hey, what's the boss? Please don't be Quelag. Oh, okay. Dude, Quelag in this boss arena is like the worst thing ever. It's so unbelievably shit. Baby seed. I mean, bro, I had to... Oh. Oh, there goes my light roll. Wait, was there armor on this guy? All just pants.
Nothing at all.
Armor is just way too heavy. Yeah, I mean, we should probably loot stuff here. I wonder, do the enemies that were in Sens stay dead, or do they respawn near the bottom, I wonder? I mean, our stats are good. We have 20/20. Not looting. I want to kill this enemy over here first. Oh shit! A robe. I mean, the thing is, if we start looting, we're I don't know. We have to start looting at some point. We could do the ONS fight first, but I mean, we have... By the way, Regal, we have the Lord Vessel and the Weaponsmith. I'm kind of scared. Hey, Wavy, thank you for the Prime sub, man. I mean, we can teleport back to Firelink and pick up. Clean sends before looting. I mean, we killed mostly everything in we killed mostly everything down there, right? Well, I guess not the stuff at the very bottom.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
Majestic.
Dark bead. Well, goodbye.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Goodbye, spear. I'm trying to think. There. Oh yeah, there's one more item by the merchant. I'm not sure if the enemies at the bottom of Sens stay dead. I guess they do, probably. Well, it might be worth getting 15 in so I can... Might be worth getting 15 in for Logan though, right? I don't think I killed this. Okay, it's just a hollow. He's just chilling. Actually, alright, we'll free Logan, see what this item is in here. Oh my god. I'm fucking fat rolling now though. Yo, Alex, thank you for the 20 bucks. I'm watching your vids for a few years now and I've never been able to catch a live. Happy to be part of your community. Love all the content you do. Thanks, man. Buy pants, that's true. Didn't move this, right? Bruh. Demon's Great Hammer, yeah. That would be so funny. Does it move it to this direction? I still don't fully understand how the... Wait, it's moving. Oh, now it is. Okay. Waiting for the boulders. Like gloves. Ow. I think when I go through here, it's gonna go to the right side now. Actually, no. I think it goes... Did it turn it back this way now? No. Okay. Dude, it is so weird how this shit works. Bro, what do you mean? Was I not close enough? Dude, what? I think this is a black firebomb angle. Oh, okay. My weapon's broken. Oh no. Wait. Why didn't he drop anything? Isn't that the mimic? Wait, it turned again. Oh, now it... Okay. Yo, Alex, thank you for the 20 bucks again, man. Any tips you could give me on enjoying single-player games more? I feel like I can't play games alone most days and always have to play with another person to enjoy games. I mean, I don't know. If you feel that way, maybe... I'm not really sure what to tell you. Truthfully. Play Resident Evil 9. Yeah, that's good advice. True. All right. Well, this sucks. I guess we'll go to Anor Londo now. Dude, I had the Anor Londo Hydra the other day, Regal. It was so bad. Guess you're cooked. Yeah, it's Jover, dude. Thank you for all the donations, Alex. Yeah, I mean, single player games might not be for you. I know some people who only play like MMOs and, you know, multiplayer games. You're not alone. Alright, I think we looted basically everything in Sens except the bottom, but the bottom is fine because we can get to that quickly from Parish. Am I gonna play that Kaizo Souls Marathon? I don't know what that is. Are you talking about the Coliseum or whatever? Yo, Arikado, thank you for the 16 months. Yeah, we got invited to that Kaizo Coliseum thing, but it's literally the day RE9 comes out. Like, I assume they did not realize that was the case. I mean, I guess, I don't know. Maybe a lot of, oh, fuck's sakes, Regal. I blame you. This is all your fault. Yeah, the date was probably planned in advance. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is fucking lovely. Hey, dude. I just kind of want to rest at this. Are you really? Yeah, that's right. Back the fuck up. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna leave. We can fucking teleport, so. I'm just gonna quit out, whatever. I mean, he's walking back, he's just slow as fuck. I don't really mind using quit outs to just save myself time. It's just I don't want to quit out to like save myself from dying, obviously. All right. Yeah, we could get 22 strength, so we could use Black Knight weapon at least. Where was the Lord Vessel? Quelag dropped it. We had to kill Manus. It was like a fucking 10-minute long fight. We had to kill Gargoyles was Artorias and fucking Quelag was Manus. And we had to fight them for like 10 minutes each. I don't know if I should try to get 15 int or not. I feel like it doesn't matter that much. I'm getting more health. Going for the Hob strat. I mean, our damaging stats are decent enough, I feel like. Does this game have an int boosting ring? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't want to be here because this place is freaking Gravelorded. I'm trying to remember everything that we've looted. But yeah, there's the merchant over there now. Dude, I'm like so scared of this mushroom. Can probably get him to fall down here. At night. He has barbed straight sword, I guess. I mean, it's a weapon. It's not a good weapon. It's also the butcher knife. You could upgrade either of those. The barbed straight sword does bleed. I feel like I'm gonna get the straight sword. Yeah, I guess we should buy his shrooms too. Only one.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know they're super good, Regal. We actually have 4 mushrooms right now. Maybe we go clear the graveyard with this. Wake up.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Well and wide awake. Do not treat me like an old withering snake. Ah, I am the primordial serpent, King Seeker Frant, close friend of the great Lord Gwyn, chosen undead, who has rung the bell of awakening. I wish to elucidate your fate, and the very reason your kind have appeared. Chosen undead, your fate is to succeed the great Lord Gwyn, so that you may link the fire, cast away the dark, and undo the curse of the undead. Now, let us take that vessel on a journey. I assume that you are ready. Now, be still.
Oh yeah, I watched the Bone Temple last night. The second 28 Years Later movie. It's pretty good. I enjoyed it anyways.
This is the Firelink Chamber for the successor of Lord Gwyn. Now, place the Lord vessel on the altar.
Yeah, I didn't like the first one, but the second one was, in my opinion, a lot better. Get bonus? Well, not really. Alright, take me back.
Very well. As King Seeker, I shall now...
Oh yeah, what is my next task,
the
Fram?
Lord's successor in your next task. To achieve your fate, fill the vessel with powerful souls, commensurate to the great soul of Gwyn. Scarce few possess such brilliant souls. Gravelord Nito, the Witch of Izalith, the 4 kings of New Londo, who inherited the shards of Gwyn's soul, and Lord Gwyn's former confidant, Seath, the Scaleless. All of their souls are required to satiate the Lord Vessel. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Then we shall return. Stay still for a moment.
Thanks, buddy. All right.
You print money. I like money.
Alright, we're gonna just kill everything in the graveyard and then we'll loot some stuff. That's my plan. Oh, come on, man. Let's see. This one seems really tanky, too. This is like the really strong one, I'm pretty sure. This sucks. Oh god. Trade with the birds, and when you see the item, you see the item type. Luckily, the snakes bleed. Why not kill Stray Demon and Fire Sage? I mean, I could. But we don't know. that item just seems so dangerous. I don't know, man. Sakes. Dude, like, fuck off, man. Dude, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I should have just went for the item, but I was scared because if I try to pick up that item and the spear guy comes running at me, I'm just gonna die. I don't know, I probably should have tried to kill this. Well, yeah, I mean, I definitely needed to teleport there. I'm pretty sure I would have died. I would have just gotten destroyed. Okay, maybe we don't go for those items yet. We have infinite black fire bombs at the Undead Merchant, but they're 500 each. It's not even nerves, man. I can't kill. Like, that Titanite demon is gonna take so long to kill. And I'm pretty sure he's gonna kill me real fast as well. Wait, I never looted this item here? Did I not loot the... Did I not loot the chests? Oh no, I did. I just forgot to. No, we still have the FAP ring. Wake the fuck up, man. Alright, well, we got a bunch of Titanite. Yeah, we can try to do this fight. Alright, what do we got? They're pretty chill enemies. Also, the Ring of Fog is actually good. Enemies don't notice you as easy. so tanky. Not again, dude. I think I can bleed this guy at least. Fucking lingering hitbox. Luckily I'm tanky as shit, bro. Would not have went to the left. Drops an item normally. Maybe not in the rando. Guess not.
You.
Oh god, dude.
I like
what the fuck is that? Fuck off, dude. Well, do we have the Asylum key? This is just the normal. Actually, wait, I don't know. Isn't it west? I don't think this is the right key, is it? Isn't this the one you normally get? Thank you for the 41 months, Party Charlie. Sogbird, thank you for the 43 months. Okay. Is there anything I can trade to the crows? I don't actually know what you can trade with them. I don't really trade with them very often. Honestly, it's probably better just to bone out. Yeah, I do still have the butcher knife. That's true. No, I didn't use the demon spear in the asylum. I mean, I have been. What do you mean you should start looting? I have been. You trade rubbish, you get a Titanite chunk. Well, not in the randomizer. Trying to think where we should... Where should we go? Why do we never explore Catacombs? Because it's fucking awful. Come here, gentlemen. Why is the... Dude, this fucking ring of fog is kind of griefing me here. Bro. Crescent Axe is good, but I need fucking 16 faith. I don't know, I'm almost tempted to just go buy a bunch of black fire bombs. Dude, it's so shitty that the female undead merchant died, dude, because she had normal fire bombs. I don't know, I didn't even get a chance to see how much they cost. Dude, how do fucking... My NPCs die so much. Please just fall to your death. Excuse me, sir. Yeah, dude. Thank you. Die, you bitch. Oh, no. God damn it, dude.
Come again.
Does Andre have a helmet? I don't know. One of the guys has a helmet. I'll take it. It's fucking heavy, but I'll take it. Oh, fuck, they left. Used a bone, bro? I have 28, man. Bro. Alright, well... Can resurrect Undead Merchant at Oswald. I don't think it that doesn't resurrect them, though. Doesn't it just make them not angry at you anymore? Maybe we go loot Blighttown a little bit. We can always like have it, dude. Having the Lord Vessel is just makes this like the Weaponsmith box and the Lord Vessel are just such nice quality of life options. Path to Fire Sage, yeah. Yeah, we're fat. Well, the plan is for it to be all bosses. That's what we did for DS2. This is not a very nice Blighttown, though. Like a fucking Taurus demon over there. Gonna relentlessly chase me. Dude, we really need more black fire bombs. Yeah, so the nice thing is, oh, great axe. Okay. If you don't have this, if you don't have the stats to use a weapon, well, like, wait, what was it? The crescent axe, right? So we have the stats for the we have the physical stats, but not the elemental stats. So we don't we do like the physical gets boosted, but not the magic. But then you still bounce off the enemy, which is kind of a pain in the ass. Okay, we're gonna go to this. Oh my god, dude, having the weaponsmith box is just, it's like playing a different fucking game. Honestly, I kind of wish that the weaponsmith box was like guaranteed in this rando, because man, it's so annoying having to fucking run to the blacksmith, especially when you don't have the Lord Vessel. Alright, I think we kill everything in Blighttown here. And then we loot afterwards. Ceaseless next. What? Ceaseless is already dead, isn't he? Oh, you mean, yeah. That's Ceaseless. Honestly, chat, I'm just kind of scared. I'm kind of scared of Ceaseless because he just does so much damage. I guess with my current build, I'm probably tanky enough for Ceaseless. It's just every time you level up, your defenses go up across the board. So doing it later is genuinely a valid strategy. Because I think Ceaseless is definitely going to be like hitting us quite a lot. Green blossoms are so good. Oh, hello. Did that enemy just revive? What's going on? Oh, the mosquitoes. Oh, God. That's annoying. I see that. At least our damage is good. Base tank the rat. I don't think I'm gonna go up though. A boss replacing the mosquitoes. Yeah, it'd be nice if there was a chance for bosses to spawn like in the world. I mean, well, it would actually be nice if you could get bosses to spawn. No, there's no setting for that in this rando. Can this guy parry me? Yeah, there's no setting for that. Honestly, the enemies here are super chill. Oh, never mind. A dragon butt and a fucking DLC caster. What are we farming? Well, I just wanted to kill enemies so I could loot this area safely. There's so many enemies here. Oh, come on, man. I think if I attack too close, they're gonna hear it. The Ring of... Oh, God, dude. What is this fucking area? I feel like this should be one of the last places we check. I mean, we can definitely do it. The Ring of Fog is actually helping us a lot here. Great Axe is pretty sick. Okay, let's start looting some shit. Sack. Maybe we'll get rid of this super heavy chest piece. Demon Titanite. We could use that for the demon spear we got. Broadsword. Oh no, I lost the FAP. Well, it was a good run. I mean, like, for the FAP, that is. I'm kind of scared right now. Mainly because there's a DLC caster down there. And if he knocks me down and then she combos me, I can't really kill it though. Or Demon Titanite. Is there even an item over here? Use the skull. I don't think that works. Also, is the... Dude, is the Taurus Demon a fucking... It's one of the bugs. These are all like bugs, I guess. Oh. So heavy though. Oh, we got rid of the shield at least. That helps a lot. that shield nice? No, not really. It weighs like 15 fucking pounds. Haven't really found any souls. I don't know where I should go now. We could go towards Fire Sage, I guess. I think we looted the valley in this run. Alright, so I'm thinking we just clear the path to Fire Sage, maybe fight the boss if it's something easy. There's so many enemies in the in that area over there. My god. Yeah, the running is so slow. Why not upgrade your weapon? Why not pay attention to the stream before you ask a question like that? Okay, he just ran into the fucking lava. That's cool, man. I already upgraded my weapon. What happened to the music? There's no music here. It's just how this area works. Does this bozo invade from behind? I'm gonna, I really don't want to do this, but I'm gonna bait him up to this, like, open area. I'm scared of fighting him. Oh, actually, I guess I can't. Well, whatever, this works. Pick him off. I probably should try that, yeah. 27,000 for that guy. Damn. Wait, why'd he give so much? I wonder if killing Invader, like maybe killing Mildred before Quelag could be a strat. Come on, man. There's a dragon butt there. Two dragon butts, bro. You just can't be serious. Did he just iframe my bleed? Dude, a DLC caster as well. And a toxic guy. Skulls work, yeah, I just don't know what enemies they work on. Oh, there's so many enemies here. What the fuck, dude? Wow.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
He actually made it to me, okay. Surely he can't This enemy is so ass. Can't even bleed proc him. At least this works, I guess. Oh, jeez. Is this a turn-based game? Yeah, basically. Kind of is in a way. I don't like this. I don't like this. Oh, he almost sent the fucking Black Knight flying. That would have been great. Can I get just the Black Knight? Whatever, just give him a few backstabs. Epic fight. All right, let's see what we got here. All right. Well, I could have homeward boned, but I really don't want all the enemies to fucking respawn. At least they don't actually have that much health. Oh, nice. He just almost killed me. And if he hits you with the stomp perfectly, you're just so fucked. I think there's a chest here, right? Yeah. $25. This is definitely gonna be a... Oh. This is gonna be a run past him angle. For sure. Yeah. I really want to loot that item, but I'm scared because I'm like right now. If this guy hits me when I'm like picking it up, he's just gonna knock me off the ledge. I really don't want to kill him though. Green Blossom is so good in this game. Alright. Scylla's dagger? Ew. I can use it at least, though. Oh yeah, it does have 500 bleed. Hey, we got mid-roll. Wasn't this actually the run we got Dark Beat as well, yeah. The thing is, finding a catalyst you can actually use is kind of unlikely as well. Is there any other items even up here? That might be everything. Oh yeah, there's like one item. Oh, nice. A little bit less weight. Alright, well... I mean, I can't do Gwyn right now. I don't think I picked up the item after Ceaseless. I guess we can go grab that. Crystal Ember. I don't know if I should go for 15 int or not. I mean, yeah, I don't know. The thing is, though, like, what do I even need from the merchant at this point? I don't know, whatever. Let's do it. I mean, let's just see what, like, let's just see what he sells, I guess.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Hey, Bub God, thank you for the 3 months. Hold on, I gotta use the restroom. I don't know. I'm not really sure where I should go now. I mean, we could go to Anor Londo. Alright, I'm back. Let's see. What does Andre sell again? Nothing. That's good.
Oi, where are you off?
Wait, what does Priscilla's dagger upgrade with? Dragon scale. Not worth upgrading this thing. This weapon kind of sucks. I mean, the bleed is good, but the damage is just terrible. Can't even bleed these guys. Fuck. Like, if you can bleed, this dagger is really good, but if you can't, then you do nothing. Jesus. There's items down there, though. Go the long way? Yeah, I guess we can. No Black Knight weapon yet. That would be sick. I would love. There is a blacksmith giant hammer at the gargoyle tower, and we have enough twinklies to upgrade it to +5. But I don't know if it's worth getting it yet. Man, I wish I had more black fire bombs. I'm tempted to just run past this guy, but it's like if it's just crazy how fast things can go to shit, because if the enemies down there are potentially dangerous and I have to run back up, then I potentially have like 3 enemies on me. Oh, that's the one I killed. The fuck? Can Mimic bleed? I feel like they should be able to bleed, but they don't. There's a Drake over there, though. God damn it, dude. My fucking weapons are so ass! Oh, wait, we did get a bleed proc. Holy shit, he's just super resistant. What? It's going crazy. I don't like this guy. It's all good. All right. Well, we can go loot the butterfly area. Oh yeah, the Ring of Fog. Yeah, that thing is so good, actually. The thing is, do we have any merchants that have rings for sale? Because I don't know, I'm just concerned if we do get the yeah, hopefully Logan. Ooh. Does anyone even sell arrows? Maybe the Undead Oh my god. Fuck, I forgot to... Dude, I should have bought arrows. Andre doesn't. Maybe the one at Firelink does. The dude that sends. Maybe we just go to that one. It's probably safer. And I think he did have arrows. I mean, we could loot this chest. Wow. All right, buddy. You got some arrows for me? Feather arrow. Moonlight arrow? Can you use the moonlight arrow with any bow? You really can't buy very many.
So you're that good?
He does have a spear. Also has a short bow. I mean, if we want to bow Ceaseless to death, we could, I guess, but I don't think meleeing Ceaseless is all that bad. Could be wrong about that though. If you're tanky enough, I don't think Ceaseless will be too scary. You could probably just like face tank him. Swipes you off the bridge. Yeah, maybe. I don't think he would do that, but bow for Hydra, true. We could buy 45 arrows. It's not very many though. It's not enough to kill the Hydra.
Go along, try and make something.
Use Sunlight Blade? Bro, don't I need like 25 faith to use that or something? That's not happening. Yeah, all for one cast. I think we have enough. Do what you gotta do, chat. can't even headshot them. Does the same damage regardless. It's faster than you thought. Well, when you can just hold R1, it definitely helps. All right. Red Tearstone ring. Definitely gonna use that one in the run. Bro, is that a Seath across the way? No fucking shot, dude. Fuck off. I might need to go back and buy more frickin' arrows, dude. Oh, I kind of want to go back and buy more arrows, but I guess I should. I'm just so impatient, man. I don't want to go back just for arrows, but just buy the spear. Yeah, we could buy the spear. Well, you could also just not go back to the shop and not die. I guess we could have sold some stuff to Frampt. Alright.
There you go, another braid.
I should have probably just bought the spear. I guess we're committed to the bow for now. Oh yeah, I lost my humanity. Oh, that's okay. Guess I probably should have just homeward boned still. What's up, Noobist? That Tranquil Walk of Peace is so bullshit. I thought that was the Mimic. Why didn't he drop anything? I feel like sometimes the Mimics are bugged. Because that's like 2 Mimics that haven't dropped anything in this run. I know somebody in chat was saying that there can be issues with the Mimics. Like you could potentially... I heard that if a Mimic like doesn't drop the item, it could still potentially be a key item. Maybe that's not true though. That's just what some guy in chat said. I'm just scared. I want to kick him off, but... Okay, he's actually coming now. Or you're stressing me out so much. What am I fucking doing? It's just like if I try to kick him and I miss the input or I miss the kick and he starts flame breathing me, that's all it takes for me to fall off the ledge, man. And there's a fucking snake lady over there who's gonna throw lightning at me. I mean, obviously if I just quit out, it would be fine, but like, I'm just so scared of falling here, fuck. these fucking things. Didn't I buy the spear? I don't know, man. This fucking suffering, bro. Heat of the depths. All right. Yeah, I should have bought the spear. I definitely should have just bought the spear. I mean, we could still go back and buy it. Need a weapon that doesn't require ammo. I mean, if the arrows were cheaper, it would be fine. How much did that spear cost? Was it only 50? Gold Tracer's good, but we don't have the dex. It's actually not a bad weapon, and it's a twinkly weapon, but we don't have 25 dex, so rip. Sell items for dex, but I don't have enough items for that. Each item gives you like 50 souls. Maybe there's some stuff that's worth more though, that we can feed him. I don't think so though. I mean, mushrooms are worth 1,000, divine blessings as well, but I don't really want to sell those. I guess twin humanities. Oh, the gold coin's worth 5,000. So this dagger's worth 5,000.
Farewell.
He loves it. we wanted to get 15 int. I don't know. I don't even know if it's worth going 15 int just to get the merch of fucking Logan. I feel like it's not, honestly, but... Well, we're already going for it, so...
Holy shit, this is so hot.
We're not gonna be able to get enough decks for the gold tracer, guys. It's just not happening. I need like 80,000 souls, and I can't, like, how am I supposed to fucking kill anything with a weapon I can't use? I mean, I have 20 decks. It's not like it's even a bad amount. Respec your character. You can't respec in Dark Souls 1, right? So I don't remember how you... If you can, I don't remember how.
Make something.
Alright, we'll buy the spear. It's not going to be amazing, but... Wooden shield. I mean, bro, a wooden shield... I don't even think a wooden shield's going to work against Gwyn. I repaired the staff. The staff isn't broken. I need 24 int to use it. Also, it does 46 damage, and you can't two-hand your left hand. So no. No to all of the above. Kinda forgot about this. This is fucking horrible. Items in church. Yeah, but if I pick those up, then I might end up with another weapon I can't use, and then I have no backups, really. At least he removed, he made his butt. Does it hit behind? I'm scared to find out. Thing is, if we kill ONS and then kill Guinevere, I think he'll despawn. I mean, I guess we can just kill him.
Touch the demon inside me.
Oh, this is so bad, though. Oh, just give me 2 minutes. Dude, like, is this even worth it, man? I mean, if I can do continuous hits to him... Now that I've come this far, yeah. Oh, the strats. You know, he really should have... The item rando should make it so you can get resins from merchants. This is so epic. Maybe he's got something important. Okay, all he has is 5,000 souls. I couldn't, because the thing is, these gargoyles normally drop an item, no? Resins don't do shit in DS1. I mean, when your weapon fucking sucks ass, they do. Like, yeah, they're not great, but... Oops. Didn't bosses give the normal amount of souls in the previous rando? Well, this is a different randomizer. This is a different one than Ella did. Pretty tanky. Get a random boss dropping like 100k souls from falling early on. Yeah. I feel like it's cool if bosses have a chance to be, like, an enemy has a chance to become a boss, but a lot of the time the bosses will just yeet themselves off a cliff. And then, yeah, you get like an insane amount of souls early on. Forgot about this Boulder Knight. Or, well, it's not always Boulder Knight. I forgot there's 2 enemies here. That could have been bad, actually. My stamina regen is so bad. So quiet. Probably could have just ran past this guy. Plus 1,000 souls. I'm so blessed. There is an item over there that I kind of want to grab. But I also... I don't know. I think we get the bonfire here. Because after we get Guinevere, then all the enemies are going to despawn anyways once it becomes nighttime. I feel like I'm gonna regret going for 15 int, but whatever. I'm willing to try. I don't know if I should I try to do the boss with this weapon? I feel like maybe we should actually try to loot more. I mean, we're pretty likely to find a better weapon. I guess we could kill everything here and then loot. You coming, dude? Yeah, fat rolling for the fight is not preferred. I can't remember who sold the green blossoms. Was it the guy in Sens? Another Nito incident? No, not this time. Honestly, why did I even kill this guy? Like, look at how that guy is just constantly jumping, right? And like, if all of them start doing that on you at the same time. They're horrible. I guess I kind of had to kill that guy though, because he was a mimic. Check the giant blacksmith shop. True. Alright, I'm gonna just start looting some stuff. Oh, the Asylum key. Well, the bosses are shuffled. The enemies are actually random. Don't loot, you'll lose spear. Yeah, but I don't really know if I want to use this spear for... I mean, I guess it's okay. Covenant of Artorias. Ring of Sack. Hidden body, I mean, that's interesting. Okay, I'm trying to think. Is there any other items that we're missing? There was the one item by the channeler here. And he buffed himself. He's not that tanky. Mail breaker. Oh. Loot church items. I don't know what that means. Well, yeah, I mean, maybe I should have just tried to use the spear for the ONS fight. I guess it still would have been good enough. Missed one room. I mean, we could go down to the bottom. What about the blacksmith hammer? Yeah, I mean the blacksmith hammer could be good. We also have a demon spear back at the Asylum still, and we have like 6 demon titanite now. Wait, why am I going? Oh my god, what am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing, chat. That's okay. Alright, we're gonna go loot the 2 items in the room over here. This is fine. This thing's pretty good, right? There's still another item over there, but okay, let's... what does this upgrade with? Is it Titanite? Is it a Twinkly? Oh, it's a Twinkly. Oh, that's nice. Alright, well, we got a +5. Is it worth scouting the boss beforehand? I don't know. We should probably just kill some bosses with this weapon. I mean, this thing does like 350 damage. It's pretty good. Good sense of what the average weapon is. I mean, it just depends on like the stats. How much damage it deals. No, I'm mid-rolling right now. And the thing is, we also have a blacksmith giant hammer that we can upgrade to +5. Which is pretty nice. I don't have full Estus. I'm gonna go back to the bonfire. Yeah, I'm not gonna check the giant blacksmith yet. I'll check him after we well, hopefully we kill ONS, and then we can kill Guinevere, which will despawn the enemies for us. The hope. Get 20 Estus by resting at the Lord Vessel. That's cool. Didn't actually know you got 20 from that one. Nervous for the next boss. So hopefully it's not Calamite. I mean, we have a good amount of health. We're level 53. Our defense is decent. Priscilla? Oh, Sif. Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking Priscilla. What the fuck? I was not paying attention there. Alright, let's get away from that fog gate, please. And this hammer's good. What is that? Maybe it is Priscilla this time. I have one red moss, chat. Alright. Easy game. Oh god. Ducking 58 strength, dude. Do I even have a way to... I forgot to buy throwing knives. Dude, I don't even think I can fucking hit her.
Thou hast journeyed far, come hither. O chosen undead, I am Guinevere, daughter of Lord Gwyn and Queen of Sunlight. Since the day Father his form did obscureth, I have awaited thee. I bequeath the Lord vessel to thee, and beseech thee, thou shalt endeth this eternal twilight, and avert further undead sacrifices.
Oh, this is great. Oh, you know what? We can go check the merchant at Firelink now.
There you are. I was expecting you. As promised, I will share my sorcery.
I mean, a great scythe is good, I guess. Epic items, yeah. This is great. And the scythe is nice, but this was not super worth.
Heading out, are you?
Kind of want to check the giant blacksmith. Did I play Poppy Playtime new chapter? Oh, did the new chapter come out today? Was it on like chapter fucking 5 now? 4 or 5 or something? Or do you mean the last one? I know that there was like a new one coming out soon, right?
Toilet bitch.
I wasted 5 levels to talk to him, yeah. I don't know, I mean, I thought... He doesn't actually sell as many items as I thought. Maybe it's RNG how many like items he sells though. Lucerne. Got some fucking expensive ass arrows again. Thunder. Oh, that's good that it's good that he has a ring actually. He also sells... I'm just gonna buy Max Blossoms, fuck it. I guess we could buy the Lucerne. We need to get a new weapon. I don't know though. I mean, we have a few items left we can loot. Honestly, more than anything, we need to loot chest. What, this one? I mean, dude, it's just this is so annoying. If we could kill Guinevere... Fuck. This is so stupid, I can't fucking kill her. Yeah, but I don't really want to buy the weapon because... Like, dude, if we kill Guinevere, then all these enemies are gone, and there's a bunch more items I can loot. Right. My god, I'm so close to overloaded, bro. What the fuck? This sucks, man. Fuck. Does Andre sell throwing knives? I don't think he does. I think it's the Undead Merchant. We could buy the bow from the Sentence Merchant, yeah. Maybe we should just do that so we can kill Guinevere. He has something I can throw. Oh no, he does. They're fucking 2,000 apiece. Alright, I'll buy one. Oh, he has... Oh, well, whatever. Yeah, it's not a I know the fucking Lucerne is cheap. That's not... You're missing the fucking point. If I buy that, like, having... I need weapons that I can use as a backup. Because once we start getting close to the end, if there's no weapons, that, like, if I'm stuck in a position where I've used all the good weapons from the merchants have nothing left, and the only thing I can do is run around and loot, then I could end up in a really, really bad spot. Unless I absolutely need it, I don't really want to do it. Also, so what am I doing?
Thou that tarnisheth the Godmother's image, I am Gwyndolin. And thy transgression shall not go unpunished. Thou shalt perish in the twilight of Anor Londo.
You can just drop down there, but if you're too heavy, like, I don't think it should kill you regardless, because it's not a fatal fall, and I don't think being super heavy can turn a fall into, I don't think it, like, makes the fatal fall distance closer. Alright, well, there's no enemies out here, so that's good. Black Knight Sword. Well, that's good. I just need to lose some fucking weight, though. Does he sell armor? All he sells are the gauntlets. The thing is, the fat roll is just not... I think the Sens Merchant might... Are my gloves even that heavy, though? I don't know, everything I have is Heavy. I would prefer just to mid-roll if possible.
Heading out, are you?
Yeah, I mean, my plan is to kill bosses with this weapon. I just need to... I really don't want to fight bosses with fat roll. I'm definitely not gonna farm souls, though. That is boring. Who even was Gwyn? I can't even remember what arena that was in.
Nothing at all. There you go, another brave. Hit the...
Oh, it's almost good enough. Not quite, though. Bandit hood? Oh, right.
So you're that good?
I didn't even... For some reason, I just skipped over that. I didn't even see it. Check Logan, we already did.
Go along, try and make some...
Wait, wasn't there another helmet? Oh yeah, there was the knight. Oh god, for 500k.
Nothing at all.
I could sell the coin. Not a bad idea.
No, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. Well...
You want to kill Mildred? I mean, I can't kill Mildred anymore. That was... +5 Black Knight Sword. Now that's a fucking weapon. 470 damage. We do have the key to the depths. Let's go see what Gwendolyn is. no way you can lose this run. Clearly you haven't been watching for long enough, because you can die so fast in this fucking game.
Heretic. First thou offendeth the Godmother, and now thou see fit to trample upon the tomb of the great Lord. I am the Dark Sun, Gwyndolin. Let the atonement for thy felonies commenceth.
Ever seen this cutscene, Kemi? Well, I'm glad I can share it with you. Okay, this is fine. Four kings have so much health, chat. I wonder if they spawn in, like, how this works. I guess the timer's the same as usual. I was not getting away from that. Yeah, I can R1 while they die. I don't know why I wasn't. Probably could have gotten 3 kings if I did that. Dark Sun Kings. Why is he not doing damage? Because he's dead angling me, or like I'm getting hit by the base of the weapon. If you're close to the 4 kings, they don't actually do much damage with their weapon. Alright.
Swathed in dark.
Hey, Pete, thank you so much for the resub, man. Also, iBooth, thank you for the 135 months. Stranger of Dreamland, thank you for the 7. Noble Frog, thank you for the 29 months. Meat Pouch, thank you for the 96. Get the chests too. I don't want the chests right now. Not while I have this fucking boss destroyer of a weapon. Maybe we should go for like 20 endurance. Yeah, we could go to the depths. Might not be a bad idea. Go kill Gaping. take out the Chad Shroom? Yeah, there's no point though. I don't want to fight that fucking... that monster. The poor merchant, yeah. It was quite sad. This is what it's like to actually do damage. Oh my god! Need to be careful for Tranquil Walk of Peace. One-shot these guys, though. Damn, I'm strong. Don't get overconfident, though. Worried the caster could like see me from this angle or something. I'm here.
Yes, you. Please, you must help me.
Is this door open? Oh, right, it's here. Yeah. Do I want to go this way? Probably not. And this gargoyle's... He doesn't drop an item, right? Please, for the love of God. Okay. is too easy? What do you mean? Well, I'm coming here to kill Gaping Dragon. The thing is, I mean, we're not, like, we have to loot this place at some point. So... I don't know, I mean, I can try to rack up my PB, but... we still have so much shit we gotta pick up. Seath. His crystal's behind him. We have I mean, this is good. We have a really big arena. Easy. New PB. And there goes our weapon. That's great. Yeah, I guess we'll loot some stuff. I mean, this isn't a bad weapon, but we don't have enough strength to use it. So yeah, I guess we'll just loot some stuff. To do move swap. I don't actually know how you move swap on remaster. You still need to use a bow though, don't you? Yeah, I could have had enough strength if I didn't go for the int. You're not wrong. Surely this still does good damage, right? It's so pitiful. Yo, Jesus Lackey, thank you for the 20 bucks. There's a bonfire here. I'm not a big fan of this. There isn't really any good way. Dude, I don't know. This is really dangerous, not having a weapon. Might just bone out of here. Time to loot Anor Londo. I think we looted mostly everything in Anor Londo, no? What's interesting, the closer you are to the stat requirements, the less damage reduction. Because like now it's actually doing 115 damage. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there are items after Gwendolyn, that's true.
Oh, really? But I'm on the front.
Oh god damn you, dude. I can never fucking remember if it's yes or no with this guy.
Oh.
But then if you quit, okay, wait, no. This time it's yes.
Yeah, wonderful. I'm sure that
After you quit out, then it changes.
a flame. What? Goodbye.
Maybe read. I got time for that. I guess let's go loot the tomb. Yeah, I mean, I could use spells. The problem is it's just not... It's not that realistic to get enough stats to use spells and also melee weapons. Trying to think, is there any other items in Anor Londo that we didn't loot? I feel like we looted basically everything. Oh, there is one more here that we didn't loot. Painting room. Oh yeah. True. Yeah, thanks again for the 20 bucks, Jesus Lackey. Thank you, man. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna go get a drink real quick, chat. Take a short break. I'll be right back. Alright. So, I think we loot these 2 items. Loot these 2 items and then we'll, check the giant blacksmith. Can buy the lucerne if we don't find anything. I'm gonna try to kill this guy. Alright. Weapon looks cool, isn't it used for speedruns? Yeah, but you use the move swap glitch in the speedrun. What am I doing? I mean, this is honestly not a bad weapon at all. We just don't have the stats to use it. I think going forward, I'm probably not gonna go for 15 int from Logan. I don't feel like it's worth it. Wait, are we?
So it was you, was it? How dare you produce a blade upon a...
How dare you? Doesn't Logan get more after library? Yeah. Onion bro, room chest. Oh yeah, that's true. Kinda need a weapon to loot that though. Soul of Gwyn. Well, that's... I want to two-hand it. Like, look at how much when I level up strength, look how much damage the weapon gets, right? I never had any idea that the closer you were to the stat requirement, the more it functioned. Because like if you're only 1 point off, I don't think you actually like lose that much damage. It's just annoying because you bounce off. Yeah, I mean, now this thing's doing like 150. Alright. The movement is still fucked. The backstabs are fine though. You can backstab the enemy, it's okay. Did I pick up Lautrec items? No. Where should we go? What should we do? Asylum can be good. Yeah, I really want to get the stats to actually use this fucking weapon. New Londo. I mean, we already looted at most of what's at the bottom of Blighttown. Item next to the door to the depths. Oh, perfect. The merchant under the bridge. I'm aware. We have already talked to that man. Although I don't remember, did he sell a weapon? I mean, I guess we can go check. See what he has. Oh yeah, he had the butcher knife. True. I don't know, man. Like, I kind of want to just stick to the Dragon Tooth, but we just don't quite have the stats. We're not that far off, though. These items have been updated. Oh, do they update after Gaping Dragon? Fucking Grant. Yeah, I mean, the butcher knife is good. I just don't know. Okay, right. There's pants, light gloves, a robe.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the shield could... I don't know. Can you even block him with the east-west shield?
Well, that is a
Is it even good enough?
They'll be
Better than nothing? Yeah, but if he breaks my stamina in one attack, then I'm fucked. Poor merchant. Oh. There might be a few items I could loot here. I can't remember what enemies there were. Oh, right, the chained prisoner. It's fun. Can he get through this door? I feel like he probably can. Oh, fuck. This is just... Oh, this is just ass, man. This just really sucks. It's 21,000 for a level, dude. These int levels fucked me. Maybe we should just buy the butcher's knife. I don't think we have, like... So we have the butcher's knife available, the great scythe, and also the loose sairn. I think that's everything. Unless I'm forgetting another one that I could buy. Farm that silver knight. Can you farm, like, could I kill that same... Wait, where did I even get the Black Knight sword? Was that from an enemy? Sorry, chat. Anything worth much else? I mean, there's the Twin Humanities, but I don't know if I necessarily want to sell those. I mean...
Farewell.
Oh, look at that. 235 damage now. Oh yeah, and we still have the Demon Spear in the Asylum, and... Okay, you know what? We have so many... Oh, fucking Logan is gone. God damn it. Well, there goes my great scythe. Yeah, I just need one more strength, but... That's a lot of souls that we need to get. It's like I want to use this dragon tooth at this point because we're so close now. I just don't have like any souls. Sell humanity. Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that. I don't know. Killing this guy is a pain in the ass, though, chat. Damn, chill, bro. Fuck this guy, man. Streamer, please. Bro, I'm fucking fat rolling, okay? Actually, wait, no, I'm not fat rolling. Never mind. Just making excuses. Still, though, it's so scary to attack this guy. I mean, I could just backstab him Dude, I don't want to I don't want to fucking farm Black Knight. Ah. Yeah, but the thing is, going through the asylum is still... There's enemies there. I can't do anything. I'm just so useless. I have no fucking poise either. Whatever, man. Fuck this shit. How much does it cost to level? Let's not get ourselves killed now. What the fuck? This is so stupid. This is... I think I'm just gonna kill this Black Knight and the mushroom and then just sell some humanities. What? How the fuck? Such an easy farm. I don't know, man. You say that, but it's kind of fucking annoying. And honestly, I really don't need humanities that badly. We're gonna find more anyways. Yeah, I don't know why I'm so committed to using this dragon tooth, but oh my god, we did it. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna lose it anyways. I should have just bought a different weapon, but I'm stubborn. Yeah, now we're gonna lose it in 5 minutes, true. Man, I'm trying to remember what bosses, like, we even still need to kill. We could go see what Butterfly is. Four Kings. Yeah, we could go Four Kings. Hold on, apparently if I rest at the Lord Vessel, I get 20 Estus though. Was I lied to? I was lied to. Okay. I've been lied to. Wait, unless, can you... Does this one have the... Can I kindle it? Is that what they meant? You need to feed it souls? Oh. Oh, it's only after you... Oh, you have... Okay. See. Hey, wait, if I offer these, is it gonna remove them from the key items? I guess not. No, I'm not farming souls anymore. We got the strength to use this weapon, although... Well, we could upgrade it, but we don't have the souls to upgrade it. Pretty sure the dragon scale upgrades cost... Or actually, wait, do you still need souls to upgrade if you have the weaponsmith box? Yeah, I think you do, right? It's 5 per lord soul. Well, that doesn't seem correct either. Because it's not like it gives you 0 Estus. Or maybe that is how it works? Doesn't seem right, though. What the fuck? That guy. Okay. Jesus. Die, you bitch. Ugh. It's a shame though, because even if we fully clear this area, like we're gonna have to do it again when because we can't like clear the area, kill 4 kings, and then loot. Great. And just bone? Yeah, I know, but that I don't know. Clearly you're missing the point. But wait, no, we can't even we can't even do 4 kings. What am I fucking doing? We don't even have the key to the... We don't even have the key to the fucking seal, dude. Shouldn't be able to hardlock your run. I won't. I don't plan on it. Oh my god. I guess we should see what the NPC has. Oh, what the fuck?
This is a surprise. The
Oh.
king slumbers. You hope that battle if you.
He sells fucking nothing. Yeah, we could go to the catacombs. We do have the light. I don't know though. Oh. I kind of want to just loot New Londo though, cuz like we killed everything here. But we're also you lose the light, you'll regret it. I mean, the thing is,
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
I could go kill Pinwheel and Nito, but I still need to, I'm probably still gonna need to loot that area, so I'm gonna have to go back to it later anyways. Dude, it's 10,000 to upgrade the fucking tooth. For anybody who's curious about the, like, even if the Covenant of Artorias gets unequipped, I'm just, if I'm going to fight 4 kings, I will equip it before I go into the fight, because obviously it would be incredibly fucking stupid if the run just died because you didn't get the ring at the right time. We should just always have green blossoms active. They're insanely strong. No, you don't. No biting. Did I even kill these guys? How is this guy still... Bro. This fucking humanity is shitting on me. What is going on, dude? Okay, man. Okay, dude. Can I hit his tail when he swipes? Alright, you know what? I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm just gonna go down. It's not like we're looting that spot anyways. This weapon is good, but holy fuck, the bonking is not good. Right? Plus 1,000 souls. I don't really want to rest, but I do kind of want to get my Estus back. I don't really want to respawn that Drake. Could upgrade the weapon. Is it even worth it? I guess we can do one upgrade. Wish I had poise. See a butterfly. That was kind of scary, actually. Did the rat... shit on. Oh my god. I don't want to do the skip. Probably shouldn't though. I know the skip's easy, it's just there's enemies that are nearby, and if it's like, if I drop down and I'm at half health and then some fucking bullshit enemy kills me, I'm fucked. Honestly though, like, what the fuck is this? Butterfly died? Yeah, I might have been getting hit by the bridge. I'm just so scared being close to the ledge, dude. How do you... I mean, I don't really go through this area normally very often. I thought that, doesn't patches like turn this thing? Oh, it's the next one. Yeah. I really do not like these enemies. They do so much fucking damage. God, I kind of wish I just did the skip, man. I'm just so scared. I thought isn't Patches supposed to be here? Well, where is he? After the Lord Vessel, he's in the tomb. Well, he's not here, so surely... I'm just afraid it's like somehow still gonna go off. I guess it's fine. Honestly, this is more chill than the normal area. Truthfully. Why not go through Vamos' room? I mean, I'm not... The thing is, what? I can't fucking loot anything anyways. I mean, I can, but... Then I might have to fight some bullshit boss. I mean, imagine this is like... Dude, what if this is like fucking cow meat or some bullshit? I have no idea what that is. Oh, Gwendolyn, yeah. I don't think we've seen Gwendolyn yet. I probably shouldn't have healed there. Don't let her... Him, her, whatever, man. Blighttown key. Honestly, I feel like this area is probably not even going to be as bad as it normally is. Oh yeah, we should get 10 Estus. Upgrade weapon. I mean, the weapon is... I don't even really know if we need to upgrade it anymore. Might just give him some more stats. Might try to go for like 40 HP. I mean, I feel like our... We could maybe have a bit more endurance, but... This area is pretty bad and we're fighting a boss next. Yeah, but this weapon does like 400 damage. No, I didn't check the skeleton blacksmith. I probably should have. I did not. Bro, what the f... I'm scared of getting rubber physicked here. You can fall like right in that spot if you roll off it like a specific way. Stop that. 20,000 for that guy. Dude, the invaders actually give so many souls. What is? What? Each Kirk invasion? Yeah, but he only invades one time though, right? I mean, this weapon is good, but man, it's so fucking slow. Wait, are they infinitely respawning? That bed of chaos? Oh my god. Matt, you fucking piece of shit. That was so, dude, I thought I was dead. Oh my god. Oh, that was scary. Dude, I've never seen Bed of Chaos in this arena. I didn't know if there was gonna be like one of the routes on each side. I couldn't fucking see. Dude, he did like 60% of my health in one hit. You can't do the coffin anymore. Might just go for 40 HP.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
I'll do one more since it just costs one. Yeah, we could go do butterfly. Is Patches at Firelink? I don't even know where that guy... I don't think I've ever seen Patches in Firelink. I don't even know where he is. Is he here now? He was in the tomb, yeah. Does he stay in the tomb even after I kill Nito? Well, let's go kill the butterfly. Try. We still have so many items we need to find, though. We need to find the broken pendant so we can get to DLC. Blighttown is available. True. Get patches to Firelink. I mean, the thing is, and merchants don't sell... They don't sell key items, so... Don't I want to kill bosses? Yeah, but bosses... Okay, to be fair, like, bosses aren't really... Bosses are not my main concern with this run. It's like having to loot some of the areas could be potentially problematic. No, I don't think the crest appears in the shops. I don't think these guys wake up unless you like grab the item there, so... Is there any other items around here? Oh. God, this enemy is so much fun! Probably could have just ran past him. Bro. What the fuck is that? What do you fucking mean? What do you mean? I don't think I have enough health to do this. 90% chance he falls off. I don't know if I'd count on that. Homeward bone out if it looks rough. The problem is, if you get stuck on him, when he starts charging, he'll hit you like fucking... I don't know how many times. He can just keep hitting you over and over again. I feel like he might get stuck on the fog gate, though. He shouldn't be able to reach me with his charge, so let's just see if he gets stuck. Anymore. He's gonna fuck me. Dude, I don't know. I mean, this is like... I guess it probably would have been fine. I mean... I'm just afraid that if I'm like... Just afraid he's gonna push me off the ledge with this collision. I mean, I'm not sure if his charge attack would kill me or not. I feel like if it only hits me at the end of the charge, it's probably fine. Yeah, but the guys, like, the thing is, when he does the head slam, if I punish his head too much, he's gonna fucking run me over. I mean, I'm just curious if the charge will actually kill me from like full to dead. I don't really want to test it and find out though. But I'm curious. You have to kill it at some point. Yeah, but we have other... I don't know. I don't think we should worry about killing that guy right now. Because the thing is, chat, the higher level we get, the more defense we have. And if we have enough defense, then we could just face tank the entire charge. There's really no reason to do it right now. I mean, I guess the only argument could be that it might be a good idea to do it right now because we have a really good weapon. But we do have a blacksmith giant hammer +5 that we could get. Alright, well the question is, where should we go now? Or what should we do? I don't know. Are there any more bosses that I can do? Even?
Goodbye then.
Centipede? I mean, I can't. I don't. Well. I mean, I could try to do Gwyn with the east-west shield, I guess. I don't know if it's going to be enough. You have the Lord Vessel, you could do any boss. Well, clearly your knowledge of DS1 isn't that great because that's not true. I can't do any of the DLC bosses. I can't do 4 Kings because I don't have the key to the seal. The depths. We killed Seath in the depths. We still have Taurus Demon, which is ceaseless. Maybe we're strong enough to go do Taurus instead? I mean, surely we have enough health for ceaseless, right? We could go to the Duke's Archives. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Gaping is easier than ceaseless. Yeah. I think he does less damage. Oh, but this area is fucking Gravelorded again. Maybe not. Go to the Great Hollow. There isn't. I mean, I'm just thinking with the Dragon Tooth, we should probably try to kill as many bosses as we can right now. We could just fucking upgrade it to +3 and go back and try to do Gaping. Stray Demon. I think we killed Stray Demon. We actually looted a lot of Blighttown. We didn't do the Great Hollow, though. Do you guys think the East-West shield is gonna have enough stability against Gwyn's attacks? Like, I don't know. Maybe if you upgrade the shield. That's true, I could upgrade it to +5. There's the guy in Firelink, right? Under the bridge that sold the shield. Yeah, I saved the Pyromancer. He didn't have shit. He has like 2,000 souls or something. Terrible.
Thank you.
I mean, whatever. It's the shield isn't that good. Anyways, let's upgrade it to +5 and see what its stats are like, I guess. It's still pretty bad. Oh, I don't know what to do. And I made myself fucking fat roll. Well, that was a mistake. Go kill Butterfly. Well, it's even fucking worse now because I'm fat roll, so I fucking run like 50% speed. Oh, I hate this. Cleric of Firelink sells a robe. Is it a robe though? Isn't it like a fucking giant armor or something? Don't need to roll against Gwyn. I'm just scared. I mean, I don't know.
Oh.
The Estus loop Gwyn? Yeah, I don't really want it. I don't even have poise, man. Alright, I think we just go back and we just try to kill Gaping, maybe.
Yes.
Honestly though, we really... I feel like we just need to... we need to get a shield. We just need a better shield. I don't know, I should really learn how to fight Gwyn. Because I think even without a shield... I mean, if I was to toggle the shield off, I could parry with my left hand. I could like... I think you can just continuously bait out the jump attack. And then parry that. But the problem is, I think if you like mess it up, I don't know if it's very easy to get back in the loop.
Toilet bitch.
No, I didn't check Vamos in the... But guys, what is Vamos even gonna have? I guess a shield. Yeah, maybe we should check Vamos for a shield. My sub alerts are old. Yeah, just like me. I'm just kidding, but... Yeah, had the same sub alert for a long time. Hopefully he doesn't. Whatever, dude. Got him. Just man up and hope for the best. I guess if you're not far enough, I guess if you're like right inside him, he doesn't do the charge. Oh, whoops. I want to grab this, but we should probably... Whatever, I'm just gonna hold off. I guess we'll go down and see what Vamos has. Dude, I don't want to go through the catacombs again. This shit is so slow. And I need to loot more items. It's just... The seal for New Londo, it might have been. My gosh, that was kind of scary. Those skelly dogs can just destroy you so fast. I think we already killed Seath in this run. Didn't we? Or was Seath... This fucking hammer is so good. I'm gonna miss this dragon tooth once we eventually lose it. I mean, I want to kill Gwyn with it. Just want a better shield. It's kind of a bad roll. Could just jump down though on this at least, right? Oh god. I don't know what I'm doing! Yeah, that was all according to plan. All according to plan. All according to plan. Totally didn't almost just throw the run. Oh god, what am I doing? What the fuck is that? Where is the way, dude? I don't even remember how to get through this fucking area. Where's the way to fucking Vamos? Why is he like this? Dude, that roll sent me so much further than I thought it would. I should have just walked off. You have to go back. Oh God. It's not that way. No fucking... Bro. What do you mean? That... Dude, that... What is that damage? I saw it coming too, but I thought it like... I thought rolling to the left. I guess I should have rolled to the right, like through it. Dude, holy fuck, that damage is absurd. Well, the thing is, chat, I don't even know what to do about that butterfly. Can I actually even kill that butterfly? From where it's... Dude, how much damage did that do? Like fucking 70% of my health. Thought this would be the run. I was feeling pretty good about the run too, but... Alright, well... Rest in peace, the God Run. I just want to, dude, I just want to go back down. Should have just died from falling. It would have been funnier. Yeah. Honestly, part of the reason I died there, though, is just because my lack of knowledge of how to go through this fucking area. I was scared of that butterfly. I don't know. Maybe I should have like waited it out. Maybe he would have fallen or he would have died again like last time. There's a few things I want to test before... Why don't you make yourself fast roll? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would have to take off, like, everything. And I still can't fast roll, so... Alright, okay, I want to see first off, is it possible... Like, I think I can actually kill that butterfly in that position. I guess I really should have checked. Yeah, I mean, you can... Won't be there next time? Well, of course not, but that's not the point. Honestly, I think if I didn't roll there, I might have not even died. I'm pretty sure I got counter hit because I rolled. Dude, that's insane how much damage it does, though. Like, let's see how, you know what, let's test. Dude, look at how much damage that does. What the fuck? Ooh. Bro, what is fucking happening? There's like a dragon butt in the ceiling or something. What the fuck, dude? Okay, I just want to see what is the fastest way to Vamos? Oh my god, dude. I love having no poise. I'm just impatient right now, if you couldn't tell. Just reset. Bro, I'm not fucking resetting. I don't want to go to the fucking area again and not know where to fucking go and die because of it. I'm not fucking resetting yet. Turn off rando. I mean, here, okay. You know, if we want to just explore, I will turn on my cheats and disable the AI. That butterfly there was so cruel though. What, dude, what the fuck is that? That magic attack did 80% of my health. What does my magic resist? Even bad. Fucking absurd. So where the fuck is the path to Vamos? Because I know I can go there. It's like the fucking hole you fall down. Is it not even here yet? Too far? Yeah, I remember this spiral staircase. Can't you just go this way, I guess, as well? Better. Well, he did not have a shield. Wait. Yeah, he doesn't have shit.
What was that about?
Permadeath is whack. Well, if you don't want to see permadeath, you can stream yourself. All right. I'm gonna go get some water. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. What a shame about that last run. Oh well, though. There's one other thing I want to see. I want to go see how much damage Ceaseless. How much damage Ceaseless does. Yeah, I know how to get Rhea and patches as merchants. I mean, I've done Rhea's quest a bunch whenever I use miracles in this game. For patches, don't you literally just let him kick you down and then you talk to him? Isn't that it? The thing is, if you get kicked down there, you're kind of dangerous. Let's see, how much damage does this like fight? Because a lot of the time when the fight starts, I'm curious how much damage this fire blast thing does. Not that much, actually. Can you actually dodge that attack? I guess he has a range limit as well. Alright, got myself counter hit. Alright, well. I guess the only other thing is, can he... Can he, like, push me off his body? Seems kind of scary. I don't even know where I am right now. It doesn't seem too dangerous. Yeah, we can go see what using the shield on him is like. Okay. Let's see how much he does. How much damage do I do? Not bad. Yeah, it would have been fine. You take a bit of chip damage, but yeah, it's fine. Alright guys, well fucking rest in peace that run. That was such a good run too. That's a shame, man, but I don't know. I mean, I don't feel like I necessarily misplayed. Maybe I should have killed that butterfly though. Like I was getting a little impatient.